Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is I, your humble hostess, Punky the Alien. I'm returned to the dank, damp, hydroelectric dam. I didn't do off-stream guiding, I'm sorry. We're gonna hang out for a bit and do that. I hope you're okay with that. But we're gonna still fight the guy today. We have to. We have to. We just need to beat up dudes to get more power. You guys down here are low enough level for some good fights. Woo! Wait a minute. We weren't this fast before. No. Are you telling me the speed stat is directly related to... That's hilarious. It is messed up. Is it how much damage they take when you run into them? No. What the heck was that? What did he hit me with? Bunch of everybody's levels. Fail I need to get Fariel into the 30s range, so I need to get them in more fights that they're throwing against the target. Water. Did something hurt. We're also about to get to level 20. A new move. We're gonna try to find tamers. They also might be useful. Oh, that's just gonna hurt, isn't it? I don't have any toxics. Oh yeah, because I was leveling up. Simulacrum and their move? That's interesting. If it had a way to recharge health, that would be amazingly dangerous. That's what they needed. They needed a fight they won. They can win on their own. Petrified. Damage. a level for it. This is really tanky. A little bit more strength, and we should be good to go. They are very tanky. last guy? Not so much. The resistance is pretty decent. We're getting up there. We can come back here and train if we need to. I think we're pretty decent now. Everybody's in their 30s. Or greater. Could actually wait a little longer. Our stat gains for resistance is 4. I think 6 here, 5 here, 7 here. Good gracious. Yep. Oh. Oh, I thought I would like, here I thought it would dash me into him. Nope. Okay, I know exactly what I'm up to now. Yep. This is how we set up the BS. Deal with this BS right here and right now. Yep, that's what I thought. Again, booze. Oh, we're inches away. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't guard. He was gonna. I didn't even think about that. Oh my god, these rolls for his Genbo have been amazing. And then we have her flash Ziv. We're in for it now. Anything stronger. I can make slash stronger. And this one again, boo! It's over! It's over! Oh! We won! Oh! He rolled under 80%, under 80 so much. Sit and spin. Oh, we cannot level anymore. Okay, we are maxed. See. I see the truth of it all now. You seek the same thing we do. Perhaps you shall be in time. Our sins may yet be absolved. What BS power are you holding in the tank? I can see it that the hearts of men and monsters not see. Real power. Perhaps I only saw that which I... By power, you shall be able to do the same. see far beyond the range of ordinary humans, and even look into the very soul of your enemies. Because your strength is now comparable to that of us heavenly kings, you'd be able to use the ability to see their true capabilities and act accordingly. There are some, however, who cannot be so easily looked into. Our master, for instance. I have never been able to see into his soul. I had to deal with the old-fashioned way then. Quite so, my time is running out. If there is anyone I wish to give my sight to, it would have been a man. Use the Holy Eye ability. Select the Inspect option while in battle. This will give you a complete readout of the opponent's capabilities. Next is a free action. It does not use up your turn. Victory! Oh wait, I should actually try that. It was a free action. Oh wow. Wait, can I actually... we'll let you jump to the thing. Did it. Yeah. Oh. Hey, you're the guy who got rid of Joku Kutin. We need to organize defenses from the fort, or we're done for. Those cutes are able to and willing, and they got no sense for monster battles. Here, why don't you go and I go at it and demonstrate to what a real tamer fight looks like. Sure, I'm game. Do it. But he was level 40-ish.
screwed. Did he just spend a... Alright. You gonna pressure strike me? Oh, he tanky. Bad matches still did a lot of damage. Oh, he'll survive this. Now he goes on the offensive after his armor's already shot. Powered Hyper Flash doesn't causes auto miss, while regular Hyper Flash causes accuracy drop. The double dipping would be atrocious. I like the fact that they have access to things like, you know, Genbu, ridiculously high attack power. I thought I would have finished him. Foresight. Fragile. When he gets crit, he takes more damage. He's 28 points. High physical and magical attack. Speed's pretty decent. He gets plague at the end. That'll teach these boys. They'll be ready to guard the walls in no time. Thanks for your help, for sure. Here, we'll give you some of the proceeds of what we looted out of the tower. The rest is going to be used to pay the guards. But I talked to that group. I thought they were about to do a rebellion before. I was like, ah, cool, more dudes. Oh look, people were, yay, yeah, people are on the wall now. Gonna rely. They have ancient maps of Scourge, one for gigantic cities surrounded by desert. I wonder if there used to be a gigantic city where fire used to be today. The name of the map are all different to discern through. That may not even be in the country's language. Tasks can certainly be a possible. Oh, Tamer, what brings you to these parts? Any thoughts of it? They're fine. They're not bothering anyone. Bothering anyone? No, simply holding back humanity's potential. Demigod are occupying key land. In this world, not every area is safe for long-term inhabitants. Here, these lizards occupy valuable land that could benefit humans. They're sentient. Iron lizards, snowy cap. By the Lord, I can't wait to. However, the home building team, we have missions in the Demogorgon settlement to watch their progress. Seems instrumental to them. Now that we know that the most efficient way we can build a structure in half the time of our competitors and other appraisers. That's cool. The other night, my wife let out a scream, but I ran into the room. He was just overreacting to an anthropologue that had found its way in. Threatened it with a hammer, but Epiront's shells are some of the toughest in the world. Nobody figured out how to replicate that strength in metal. Have you noticed the large rib bones that wrap around the roads and parts of this province? Personally, I think there's been a giant primordial snake that died here. Perhaps it was slain by a powerful hero who wielded the Frost Prophetess mystical giant sword. Imagine the fantastical world that lies in our distant past, full of giants, knights, and devils. I never found a cave in this province, did I? Giant chasm thing. And there's a way up there apparently, because I saw an item. Next to a cave somewhere. Right, is this where the old ladies were? Yeah. I wish there was a shortcut up there. When does the thing fade out of vision? Okay, right here. I was wondering. Oh. Good to see you again, friend. I hope it is not the last time we meet. So do I. What will you do when I make the climb? The air library is ready to be switched on. It encompasses a wide range of activities for every topic we cover. Then I wait. People will organize themselves. No gods, no kings. Power returns to the people, just as it should be. Might be unstable at first. Periods of friction between the different towns and cities, but will settle. Something new will synthesize out of that instability. Broken bone heals, it feels stronger than it was before. Beastmen were made as usual. Our legacy is safe, secured, and live peacefully. Hope nobody comes to bother you. Sentiment around the Beastmen may not change so quickly. I'm ready for it. There are nothing any regular tamer could do to hurt me. You created the Inquisitors. I doubt it. My greatest accomplishment and my greatest failures. This is repentant. You're wrong. Your air library is your greatest achievement. You have nothing to repent for. You're worth 100 of Simon's kin. Thank you. It brings me something, knowing that there is goodness in men's hearts. I will return to Newton now, and pray for your safe travel to the Spire's top. Farewell, sure. Feel an invisible force enemy. Press forward anyway. Gibbs. The power of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Spire has recognized the hero's right to enter. Corpses engaged. Oh. I make my way up through. I'll bet there's bosses. Braces. Good items. Oh. Yep, we're I need to be in the 40s range. Full steam. Grand Pack. Oh, wow. They were just chilled on this side of the area. Rude. Down he went. Big version of you? AC. Okay. Oh. I'm actually writing notes about this game. I like this game enough to actually open up a notepad and start writing down monsters that I see with special mods. He uses the atomic clock to transform. I could have captured him, but there was path up that way. About to probably rest every now and again. Oh, you are a very fancy looking dude. Forgot to actually grab the creature. It is a random creature, but oh, so those were those like in the overworld. Holy smokes, he's worth how much? You're a trove, right? Oh, you're a trove with the Book of the Dead. Trove. Noted. I don't know why it defaults to the Limbustar! thing did we give him? Oh yeah, Defender. I think we got rid of the Hulk, the one that causes him to miss over 8 attack. Immortal Hulk. So it's like an undead trove. Look at him! God, they were so much experience. Where are we at? I wish you didn't use Simulacrum. This little dude has dodged so many attacks. Way up. So what's on the other side? No way. You're down here. Or you're up here? Wait, what? Okay, I need to not destroy him. That's not Kinbu. Kinbu should be safe. Gravity. Pursuit. Should probably kill him outright. Kinbu's probably very safe. Didn't miss. Oh. Seeing 2 misses back to back hurts, because it's an 80% chance to hit. Yeah, up here it either takes packs or just a powerhouse. Goodbye. Just slamming the bug felt so much. Felt so nice. Oh, I just figured out what the use for Simulacrum is. You put a debuff on an enemy and use Simulacrum to keep yourself from getting shredded. It also helps you lets you gain synergy. Got K-Knight? I am close. It's the only drawback to the only irritation about the song is it's got a heartbeat at the end of it, which is bothersome. It's a looping song. You look rare. Here we go. guys? Guys? I don't recognize you. Oh. Variance time. There's like 3 of them just sitting on the map. We're in the 50s. We should be good to go. Albra. La Cadabra. Umbra. Actually, there's 3 of them here. I should ignore this pile of experience. You know what? 50 is just good enough range. I don't want to over level and trivialize the last boss. That would be no fun for me. Oh, I was not expecting to be scooped up. Oh. You've done well, sure. I've been watching you from afar all this time. Did not interfere. However, once you have made your way to this place, I decided to wait. Who are you? I am Arjuna, the Lord of Shadows, one of the 3 servants of the Mirror Spire. We're bound to this place and thus are compelled to protect its master from harm. Being to say that you're a tamer. Oh, this body? No, I am not a human. I exist in a place that man wishes not to see. I am a creature on the bed of every child in the Crown Nation. I am the hanged coat that appears like a man in the dark. I am the Lord of Shadows. Arjuna, prepare yourself! Oh, wow. Yep, it's one of these. Shadow Servant. That was a critical hit. Asmodeus. Oh, I'm only gonna get 52 hit points back.
Though you have defeated me, I cannot die. We are sustained by the tower. I have no choice but to allow you to pass. One of 3 servants. There must be 2 more further up. Kyrian. I know myself here and my party without their help. Like a fusion machine, but has a function for both Monster Greedy and Monster Fusion on the panel.
That's the move we learned.
Because you bear the arms of the 4 heavenly kings. Spire has responded in limited capacity to grant you sanctuary. There are more on other floors. Before Monster Greedy and Infusion in this place. Kyrian at the south, as a room will restore you and your companions to health. Teleporter on the left will allow you to return to previous rest floors. Or the entrance hall. Teleporter on the right allows you to for instant sending and recalling a monster from a given place. Fire gives, whereas it is boundless. Nothing you here will cost you. You may find more of my kin on other floors. Very bad, but a lack of stimulus and work. That's what you have created for. Find them, please. Put them out of their misery. Get them a new purpose.
Five of these are lit up, 5 of these are not. Monster box. Restored. A castle floor. We have more enough stuff now. What's the level of the creatures on the floor? 60s. Okay, so we at least need to get to the 60s. Maybe. At least I know where I can come to power level. Feels too simple. Why is it so simple in here? He outsped me? Get the f*** out. few levels higher than me. I gotta see the shenanigans. His growth rate for speed is 1.2. Chunky. I know all this. Triangle. It's okay. Write down the Mario. Ooh. Blood everywhere. What in the world's going on here? What are you? Like someone got into a fight. Oh. I think we're in the sweet spot for levels. Sweet! What is that? Yeah! This must be another of the servants. There's strike. Strike first. Ah, Bart. fast. Really, really fast. Oh, we're gonna play that game. Holy smokes, Batman. His magical attack is through the roof. I'm gonna try to shred all of his other abilities before we get knocked out. Gonna lower their magic power as well. Wait. In the hurricane! God, he's so fast, his magic's so powerful. God, turret ring hurt. The turret rings hurt. Used the moment his acting was over, he used the switch. Uh... Oh, victory! Whee! Yeah. Disappeared. Did the servants. Sure, one of the two servants. Let us be a sense. We were created from many hundreds of years ago. We're here. We are his servitor class. But he calls us new species class 24. Appointed to passionate name from a dispassionate creator. We help oversee and manage all projects in this spire. One of our earliest was the construction of these fusion machines. The design is unlike the which you may have seen outside these walls. Far more efficient method, one previously thought lost. Careful with this method. Powers latent energy fire. After that, well, oh, so these are better fusion spots. Never saw the creation of the first model Beastman, then the disposable Beastman, then the strange new monster designed to hunt someone in particular. Not you, I think. Someone else. Never found out who. Just for the sake of checking. Ascend. Done. Ooh. Resistance this thing. Huge attack power. Being able to punch up is really nice. You're a very pretty creature. Oh, I may have overestimated this creature's defenses. Yep. They look different. Why do they look different? He's 10 levels lower. 12 levels lower and he still doesn't get in one shot. They're exactly what I thought they were. Pop these before. Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, I think I have. You've been so elusive. One more. Oh. Servitor. They're pretty sturdy. And powerful. Servitor can be combined with. I'm basically trying to avoid getting caught off guard and underpowered. I'm running straight into the next boss. I've seen this tile set. Change this bitch. For you! Oh! You're one of the doohickey. You were what was combined. Our friendo. Oh. They decided not to hide him. It's another one of the servants.
been a very long time since anyone has climbed this far before. It is impossible that you become the new master of Mirrorspire in time. That's not a job I'm interested in. Maybe not yet, but this spire holds many secrets we pass up on such power. Not power, I'm after. Peace. Not power for violence. Power to effect change. Change the burden. To carry the burden, the power. To create peace you desire. You do not realize the importance this place holds yet. In time, you will. But this power cannot be misused. I must see that you are sufficiently tested. I am the legendary giant, third and the greatest of the servants of Mirrorspire. I am the Lord of the Seas. I am Varuna. Good God, he takes up so much of the screen. Yeah, of course he has gravity. I'm gonna try to get him to soak up some of the, lower level, probably level 60. Wham! So tanky. Another move to get it back. If I hyper flash it, I'll miss. Let's see if it works on them. Oh wait, I can inspect. I gotta see the shenanigans. Okay, it doesn't sell me. But he has Dodler. Oh, he has 16 HP. But everything else is normal-ish. Holy smokes. Oh my god. 9 magic. 13 attack. He's very defensive. He's got he's just slow and heavy and chunky. Does he have any way to heal? Develop, Bolt Breaker, Plasma Barrier, Trauma Blow, Stagger, Absolute Fist. He does not.
Oh, thank God we got plague on him. That actually might make this a little easier. Right now, he has a pretty bad chance to hit us. I'm more surprised that these final dudes are, actually elemental. We're just fishing for more poison. And we're out of that option. We have 2 more swings. 3 more swings. Blech. Last one we can do is a gravity. The guy's got like 3 stacks of plague. We need to ride it out right now. One more swing. Pressure. Oh, never mind. Down. We're on the home stretch now. The problem is we're gonna get hit. Really? Probably might make us miss. Oh, we didn't. Good. That blade carried a lot of damage for us. Still not out of the woods yet. He could make like multiple hits in a row. He is now. He is so close. Very well, I am satisfied. The way forward is up to you, but there awaits your presence. Good time to explore this place. For yourself, explore your adversary. The resting hall lies just beyond this point. Prepare yourself, but do not hasten your battle. With all the servants defeated, Aruna is probably right. Prepare for quite basic. Scars are taking its pain etched in our skin. When Lord Tykutin began to contemplate the nature of heaven, how to reach it, we were mostly left without anything to do. No more projects to oversee. Turn to ourselves, cut ourselves on rocks or sharpened sticks, on the monsters that roam the other floors. Then we turned to each other, began to lose our minds. Few of us are able to bring ourselves back. You become the new master of the Spire. You give us something. Aww, yo boy. Go, you're gonna help people. You're gonna help people. I hope. I hope the storyline is the one. I hope it's the help people storyline. It felt like the. It felt like the only one that was like, let's help people storyline.
It has been a very long time since one of the four Heavenly Kings has returned here. I'm not one of them. You're not. My eyes no longer see earthly forms so well. I mistook you for one of them. You appear to be a man. One who bears the arms of the four Heavenly Kings. It is not so great importance. Surely you have encountered one of those beasts that were sent to hunt you down. Collars of crimson, eyes of azure. I have. And allow me to help you. You bring me the necessary components to be one of those automats for you. Will aid your fight on top of it. What do you need? First component is a hybrid of the great mountain tyrant, Raptor. It must be of the brute kind. Any other quality is irrelevant. The second is a component of Karubo. It must be a purebred Karubo. No others will suffice. These will be able to create your model brand for you. Interesting. Here is a man, but you are not. You have become one of the chosen two. You may not even know it or feel it, but within you lies the beyond both man and monster. There has been 9 of the chosen, including the Great Weaver. Some of us were mere larvae when we saw the Great Weaver ascend to become the first chosen. Their guidance, we created more of the chosen, then a legion of disposables for them to command. The first 4 were marvels, but the answers came for them in time. Advancement was made, and our next 4, they were our masterpieces. Oh yes, human larvae, even we feel pride. There was once another land, similar in spirit, similar in meat. There we worked under another. Our hands have never been idle. Perhaps the Lord of the Spire shall meet a similar end to our former master. Perhaps we will get to pick apart his meat. I would be so pleased. We're pleased to do so. This was where those who were cursed with the frailties of mortality would become one with the chosen. There were once more in these halls, used to make disposables. They were overseen by the hands more skilled than ours. The place is all that remains of our glorious purpose. They were one of our own, able to
sow life from the ether back into the deadened flesh. Now bodies are delivered upon these tables without purpose. We make them into our own image. We stumble around the halls with no eyes to see, no ears to hear, no mouth. Cry out in anguish. Silence. Our silence pleases us? Silence, yeah. Ugh. Those who shall become one of the chosen are baptized in the blood of their brothers. We waste nothing, Jesus. Our accounts is not empty. Blatantly not. Shelves filled with books. A lot of them are written in a language I can't understand. But they are volumes of tales of the Red King, the tale of the Blue Queen, and the King of the Dragons legends. There's also a volume that looks like it wasn't in much use. Brilliant's Guide to Monsters and Their Meats. Finally made it. I'm glad. You have been overcome many obstacles placed in your path. I can only apologize for what happens to your brother. It wasn't my intention for him to die. Explain yourself. I had intended for your brother to work on my behalf, though he would have never known that he was doing so until such a time that I would reveal this fact to him. Beneath the surface of this land lies 7 monsters of unparalleled strength, created by the civilization that long predates mankind. I could not use the beastmen to tame them. The monster pack would not work with their tainted souls. I also could not merely hire any tamer to find them for me. It required an exceptional mind. So some of the dudes I found was your brother was that exceptional mind. He came a hair's breadth from finding one, until my plans were once again waylaid by my own flawed creation. What do you plan to do with these monsters? They were created to act as our war machines, to wipe out the world clean of all life, so that a new civilization could be built on its ruins. I intended to use them for another purpose, however. Their original creators lacked the imagination to do what I am about to do. Use these monsters, I would ascertain the true nature of heaven itself. I will become as God, entering the knowledge of what lies beyond to men. It would also answer a few long-standing questions I've had about the nature of this world. What's so special about this world? This world is younger than you think it is. It has only existed for a mere 1,100 years, maybe less time than that. I have lived to see most of it. Land, this crowned nation, is simple a reorganization of existing information, from its geographics to its cultures. All of this has been done before now. You've read the thousand histories of the world, haven't you? The old stories? I have. I even own a copy of the Tale of the Red King. That story depicts that one aspect of the original form of that information. The Crown Nation is nothing more than a continuation of the fantasy that was Crown Island. That fantasy, the one we call the Red King, happened. It also did not happen. Something must have happened to it. If that was real, and then rendered it as fiction, then there must have been something that had made it that way. Indeed, this applies to all of those stories, even the ones that contradict each other. The King of the Dragon Lords, the Tale of the Red King, the Tale of the Blue Queen, Frostbite Quest. All fictions which arrived at the center convergence point, space and time. An intersection of information where all of it became homogenized, real and unreal, the day the sky burned. Naturally, there are as many stories as there are people, verified every account as possible. But by raw mathematics, all of these stories must have occurred. On the day the sky burned, there was a great equalizing. All of that information, being homogenized, was then allowed to form the basis of a new world. This world. So then, we stole our culture from fiction to keep us comfortable in the building of a new civilization. Is that it? But in your arrogance, you coddled mankind. You kept us from the truth. You kept us locked in an endless cycle of history repeating itself. Due to what end? I did not do that. It was not I who named the fields you hail from a windy province. It was your ancestors who did so. Man locked himself in its own repeating history. Just as well for me, however, it gave me all the time I needed to contemplate what would be necessary to arrange things just so. I am not so arrogant to suggest that I understand everything yet. Many more unknown qualities present themselves, including you. Mankind was willing to break free of its own bonds. They would grow at an unprecedented rate. Then they would aspire to reach heaven, just as I have. In doing so, they would destroy themselves. You believe that we would destroy ourselves, you really are arrogant. Your cynicism is blinding you from the truth. Cynicism? No. I admire humanity in a great deal. I do not see myself as stronger than them, merely unburdened by the elements of their psychology that would lead to their own self-destruction. I will bear the weight of heaven for the sake of all men. Then they will be just as free. Sounds like you wanted an easy escape from confronting your own humanity. You've been running away from for a long time, haven't you? Just want to feel all this bloodshed, all this neglect, all your magnificent failures were worth the price of admission. No, it was justified. I know it to be so. I was born for this. I struggled to find my place in the order of things, and now I have it. Do you know what it's like to be born for purpose, but not to know what it is? You're blind to the truth. Humans make their own purpose in life. We survive anywhere you can put us. We don't always do the right thing. There is grace in all of it. Gods don't dictate our lives. We dictate our lives to ourselves. But you would deny us that chance to grow because you're afraid of something as temporary and as fragile as life. Never expected you to understand my side. Your words ring true. With a deeply held conviction, you have my respect. Does it justify you're keeping us boxed in like pigs in a pen, eating out of your hand? We're not children. There must be lands beyond this one. They will have had their chance to determine their own destinies. Other lands determine their own destinies. I cannot blame you for not knowing, but out there, it's worse than anything I could do. One day, they'll be part of an endless kingdom that the spire's light will shine upon. They will be enlightened, we too. You have failed, similarly, to bring the necessary pieces together. It pains me to do this, but for me to stand a chance, I will have to kill you and take back what is mine. Souls of the 4 heavenly kings that cling to you must let me return to me. There's nothing personal in this, but I will grant you an opportunity to prepare. Go now, return to the floors beneath this place, and be at the bread ready. I have all the time I need. Okay, so I can save here, and not have to go through a giant speech. Thumbs up. But let's rock. Ready at last? As I'll ever be, this madness ends today. Then our duel shall commence. Oh, snap. That's put up there? What does that do? I will take the spire's energy into myself. It will be an imperfect transformation. I have no idea which of the spires of the spear of the judge shall what? Which of the spears the judge left behind? But it will give me enough power to defeat you. That makes it. Then I shall recover what I've lost. Ah, feels good. This is right. I should have done this from the beginning. It seems what left behind neither Legonorse nor Gungnir, but rather both and neither. Holy weapon used by the righteous judge, Astima, so long ago, the last visage of holy war, a righteous battle of heroes to strike down entropy. Now I am the master of this power, the ability to create and to destroy. If it matters to you, you wouldn't need this power to create anything. The only thing you've built is this open-air prison for mankind. I will maintain the peace. With the power of hope and despair, of creation and destruction, I shall learn the true nature of heaven. I shall be honored throughout heaven and earth. Then there's nothing else for it. This isn't about revenge anymore. I will kill you and smash this spire. A pointless effort. Oh, of course he is. Cool. Thanks, buddy. Let me guess. You have Shinryu as well. He took how little damage? Rays of gold. Yes, rays of gold. The spear of hope. The antithesis of destruction. Gungnir. Let me guess it. Oh, it can miss. Oh, I'm just gonna wail on you then, my man. I'm gonna make sure you absolutely dislike what's going on. Alright, I have to inspect him. Yeah, I was gonna say. I just realized, like, that ain't gonna work. I don't think I can shred anything else off of him, can I? Oh, yeah. Golds are gonna make him faster. I have no way of making him slower except through one means. God, he still hurts. I'm slowly trying to lower his speed. to get by himself upright. Oh, yeah, I don't think he has this. He might have a second form, and I may have lost somebody early, but I think we could come out on top of this. Especially so we could just keep raiding him with his power. He is kind of. I might as well just keep using Cold Fury, and I'm burning through his stats. Eventually, I might not be able to. I think I hit that River of Gold, and I didn't want to see that because that means he got faster. Staunch. He's doing less damage, but our little buddy here is gonna, because of gravity, we're gonna run out of gas. I can just keep his attack power down. I guess that's all that's gonna matter at this rate. Good God, his stats are stupid. I got one more in the chamber. Alright, all we have left is Stagger. And a move we can't really capitalize on. We'll have to switch to creatures that actually can poison him. Hey, we can actually plague him. He's hit me 100% of the time. This hurts. This hurts. Bad. Oh God, he's faster than this. These guys have a chest card. Jesus, and he still hit there for like a third of her health. And still hitting her. A minus 100% accuracy, still hitting us. Has hit us multiple times in a row. Better food. That's 20. use the charges we have left of this. Not many. Actually, I should try skip any turn. I don't have the ability to do a 50, but that right there scares me. How many charges do I got left? I got plenty of charges left. I can try to just get enough charge to do the power-up move. I won't lie, this guy's like team. Ah, dang it, we're down. I was thinking of healing, but I was like, I could probably take a hit. And then I was like, wait a minute, Tyrant Ring would probably down me, and I was right. We were running out of steam anyway. Yeah, he's doing empowered Tyrant Ring. Ugh. Oh, we actually can do salt the wounds for once. We're in the home stretch at least. Maybe. Zoltan was right. You've earned the right to bear arms, but I'm afraid that this fight of ours will soon be over. Oh, they give me experience. That's not a good sign. No. This is impossible. After all that, you perjured my own humanity. Is that done enough? Fate was sealed the moment you abandoned your humanity. It was a strength, not a weakness. Never even tried to live as a man. Lost sight of what mattered. And despair only hastens your death. Give up. Make it quick. Already. It's over. The Crown Nation is free. Nothing to stop us now. Nothing to stop me. What? Oh. Oh. Methinks I did not get the good ending. That seemed very bad. Like, really, really, really bad. um. uh. Nothing to stop me. Hmm? Sneasels. Ugh. Yeah, I think I need to find the other things beneath the earth. Oh God, that's gonna be. I have no idea how many I've gotten. What, 4 of them? One beneath the dam. One beneath Windy. 7 of them. Means there's probably one underneath the little side islands, right? Windy. Each province. Windy. That's 4. Probably one on the Spire. Maybe. One of the dam. One of the side islands. That's 7. Good lord, do I have to sit through all these? Okay. Well. So we have we have to seek out a true indeed. Oh. I have no idea what's left. Trying to find things. And create the creators. Burden of man's sin has yet to be shouldered. Seek the 7 beneath the surface and return here. He's up here, right? Okay, so it set us up before that event. We have 4. We need 3 more. The only place I can think of it would be hidden. Yeah, those are just marks of nations. And the only place I can think of would be up here. clearly a spot I need to go. Okay, so maybe there isn't a cave hidden on this island. Even though I think it's up there. Down here is the only place I can think of that it might have a clue. Rawr. I'm looking for either breakable rocks or why? Yes, you can't use that pillar to get across. Oops. I tried not to run into him. Oh, it's not down here. I really wish I could just use this to get out of here. These things just... What is the point of the blind thing? Can't... Now, what is the point of the blind ability if it doesn't actually do anything? up this place. Oh, I don't have one of you. Secure the rock. How'd you do that? Gift from King Carlton. I gotta pretend I know what that means, but I'm glad it's gone anyway. Just looking for some rocky formations I can slide into. What you doing, friend? Oh, you're a battler? Patrolman. Whoa, come here, you! Well, that's good to know. Must be a cave here somewhere. That's wrapped with rock. Where'd you come from? A little speck up there is the only spot I can think of. I don't know if I've been there or not. Oh yeah. Over here somewhere. Well, I've already found the creature in there. I think I have. One of them that was missing. I'm looking up there to first. But this is how I get to it. 40s. Okay, things are starting to get more powerful. I'll pass. Friendly duel up here. And what? Is that it? Alright. Cross problem. I think it was... Hello. Right, there's stuff in over here. There it is. I think this one had someone who was absent. Yep, there's the breakable path. This isn't exactly what we're looking for. I mean, is it? I'm looking for the area where it's like, oh yeah, no, we didn't find this dude. You're new.
Bow down to my new power.
You are something. Oh, you come in different flavors. That's the way down. A beast. Look amazing. That was a Aratnia with the frostbite applied. And I bet it was also a quest marker. Yes, the glitches. You're wiggly. Oops, stop this bad. another one of these places. This is oh shit. Shit. This is Chief of Sector L making a final log on, does it even matter anymore? Voice, what? What the heck is this version? That's happening. It's already happening. We knew it would. Damn it. It's already happening. They really are gonna do it now. All of it, all time. We're moving out of orbit. It had to quarantine 138 Thalma. Can't even be exposed to air. He's going to kill everything down there. I've set out quadruple redundancy measures. I'm probably gonna die. Samuel is our only future. If anyone lives, comes across this recording, do not, I repeat, do not let Samuel breach. Can't even kill the damn thing. The stupid part. Too resilient to be killed. Just adapts to whatever we throw at it. If you're listening to abilities controls are still active in any capacity. Please release Lucifer only. Only one that matters. It holds our entire genome. And one of the Lunarians. With any luck, in a bit of poking, maybe someone else will be able to get to. See how hard he hits.
Samael! I am Samael. I hunger. Samael is your servant.
Also can talk. And it's even weirder than the previous ones. This is a main tile set? Of course it does, because it's one floor down. Path down, there is. But I don't think it goes that deep. I think it's just like one layer, isn't it? Yeah. I feel like another area is connected to this area. Huh. Or I did not even see the puff of smoke of it jumping in. The temperature here is absolutely worse. It's too cold to feel comfortable, but too warm for my warm clothes. I never found that dude. Supposedly in that city, but it doesn't feel like it. Right now, we're gonna be on the hunt for. Oh, that's right, the ruins. Another place I don't think I actually went deep into. Right before here, I believe. Oh, the entrance is around here somewhere. I'm just trying to find that one creature. Blech. Here's a place I did not fully explore, and I should have. Well, hello there, little fella. You look all kinds of creepy. I love the creatures design. They're amazing. You look amazing. What's going on with your design? Did I not get one of you? I thought I did. I think I bumped into him once and like blew him away. Ah, there we are. There's my little critter. I was looking for one of you. I think it's two of you, because I'm probably gonna have to atomic clock one of them. I think it's atomic clock. I have notes. I think what we ran into. I'm getting two of these. What are you? Westbrook. Did I just pack summon you? Leads down. At least don't look for that. Hang on, those aren't breakable. They were, because I would shortcut this area. Have to be able to kick that in. Where's the hidden information? Oh, you look adorable. You got no arms, but you still look adorable. Vampire looking thing. Come here, you. I ran into one of you before and accidentally KO'd you. I think. They look familiar. Burning sky. I love the fact that my creature can play defense and block the creature. Churches move for us as seconds move for humans. A voice. Day fast approaches when the sky would burn. Could not have predicted when it would happen. An infinite number of worlds collided into each other. Information is meaningless, homogenized. We heroes arrived at that place. A beast, a queen, and a king. Each of them carries an immense burden on behalf of all men. Summoned him forth, a righteous judge, with indiscriminate love and undeniable hatred. Mother took him to be in her arm. Judge struck them down. A new covenant was born, and we found ourselves deposited on a new alien shores. Belgroth is the great Tempor. With his power we shall stride across the earth and multiply. He thinks they're roughly in the 40s range. Ooh, woof. Avant-garde. Off. Go to lots of places. Love adventure. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. I give you my power. Woof, first but catch. Monster. But another one. Three. Part 6. So it just leaves one left. I think it's that cave right there next to the Doublegon village. Is where the last one was that didn't have a dude in it. I bet, if I took my notes, these notes, it's the only one missing. The name we were just given. Oh, hello there. Let's just stir it for the wind. Yeah, we're powerful enough to just kind of toss it aside. Of course you turn left. I mounted up, which increases my hitbox. Young man, you certainly have made it good on your word. The value of what you have helped me, my dear, really certain cannot be understood. Do you find an artifact document? We will find it where we keepsake. You did. May I see it? Yes, the orb is beautiful, but long since dormant. There's another document that I hope you could get an opportunity to read one day. The Thousand History. It tells the day the sky burned. Fictional? Fictional history? Perhaps speculative history, or even just a myth once held by a people. In the tale, the day the sky burns arrived, a sun shone red and bleak, also transformed with the power of their kind and wielded enormous spears. But that orb you hold no longer have any effect. One must ask what the implications may be. Was it power by the collective belief in such prophets and prophecy, or has the day come to pass? This has long been my greatest fascination, the If I share these theories with the wider community, will I become a laughingstock? Or shall it lead to amazing discoveries? Even at my age, and the wisdom I've accumulated, I will struggle with predicting what may come. Alright, I have a feeling the burning sky is also useful and important. Road to here. Road that leads left. Yep, this is the one. Probably the most powerful of the pile. I don't remember running into any of you, but you look interesting. Now come to my side. Where did I go to? I have one of you? I do. And it's adorable. Back here that I went? Path is open. Oh, shoot. I thought this was the one. Hail crud. Is that area the same as the other area? Might be the other one too. I have to just revisit all of them. That's the note I should have made. That big. Come on, spiders. Just wanted to get through. Why the creature isn't large enough and scary enough to, like, make them reconsider? Ugh. Well. Good hidden spot in that village. Ah, I have no idea. There we go. Well, we can go at least complete a side quest, I guess. Wait, that was the building I was looking for. Grab you. Not a direct one. You're a con artist taking advantage of these people. Yeah, if you're a certain real adult as a pal, I can see. I'm saying the same thing. Dude, it takes a tamer that could be living up to. Breeding projects could make some awesome looking creatures when they hold in a real fight. I gave my dream a shot, like you, much sooner than I ever expected that. Time came, knock. I got a boy. He's half about your age. He doesn't have much. God knows I can't give him a life he deserves by being a tamer. So most of my productive years chasing this pursuit. I got no skills at all at making a living. Why don't you give me a break? Just between us. We try and eke out a living as long as it's safe. I won't reveal you, but you must stop and find a new way forward. Thanks, but we're not putting the end to this. No, my kid will at least eat tonight. What else am I supposed to do? I have no skills. This city, you need smarts. I understand, but there is work for anyone who needs it badly enough. I grew up on a farm. Farm always needs more hands. After a month or two, you won't even get as sore. You'll get strong and make an honest living. Your monster would even help a hand and earn its dinner. No, I must have been very smart at all. Because I never even thought. I set my sights outside this concrete jungle. You're right. It's not too late to make it something of myself. I won't forget this kid. When we meet again, let's see who has the most calluses of their hands then. Maybe that monster's taming life will make you soft yet. I don't know what the future holds, but if we meet again, it'll be my good fortune. You're alright, kid. Sure, was it? Sure, if you're growing up on a farm just a boy, the life I want for my kid. I'll take care of yourself. You take care of yourself. Wait, they say the penthouse of the Gambit is haunted by a sorrowful ghost. Some say a man took his... Oh! Where is this again? I'll make sure I go to the right place. Penthouse of the Gambit. You know what? I didn't even take 2 looks. I should have moved them at least. Okay. Good God, there's so many gleams. Be faster if I move it this way. I polluted a lot of my stuff. Why do you use Sheen different? You various yours require. What is it? What's their base stats? 4, 5. Okay, that's actually pretty average. Okay, so do they all have average? 25. But they're all spread across in different ways. Right? And there's probably ones that are like super hyper in certain directions. Yeah. Your move. Do or die. Cannot be healed by items at all. Nocturnal. Lunar Child. Adago. Sociable. Appetite. That's the 6. They all started at 43, but I think Azrael started a little higher, or a little lower than that. But I think they cap out at 43 for their growth rate. Shift moves. Let's make one more. Let's see, what do we don't have? I think we don't have... I think we have one of everything. We have a shield. With 2 shields. 2 malice. A fighter. Devil's Folly. Terra Coil. I think they have unique moves on their move list. From their Break, Grand, Lightning, Bolter, Plasma Barrier. This flipping Plasma Barrier even do? That's it. That keeps an opponent from lowering their stats, but not from user lowering their own. For 3 turns. 5 turns. I want to get these two to have, because that bloody coil sounds amazing. Is it amazing? This cruel and painful attack will always petrify the opponent. Yeah, it would be kind of useful. Or at least get into the. What would I want? I kind of want to like have a pile of offspring between regular monsters and these as my final set. You know what? You. I choose you. You have 6 magic, 4 resistance. And what is your primary trait? Fairness. What is your bad trait? I don't mind the bad trait. Oops. Fairness, I don't want. It's just my items, though. I think it says items. Who would you be? Fence. Conscious is special. I want to find a good one to eat. Foresight. Oh, wow. It is very resilient. What's its growth rate? 1.4. I could make a ridiculously powerful caster. Be a opposite of the crest guard. The deity, the servant. Six 6.4 magic. 3 point. Yeah, that's pretty beef. But unfortunately, it's not. Yeah. I'd have to combine it with something similar. Too much of a differential to try to get across. growth rate. Actually, the growth rate might be enough to actually. Well, the problem is it would be a defender, and I don't want a defender. I want a not defender, but I want something themed towards being the thing we're missing. So we don't care about the attack stat. Want its physical stat not to be garbage. Yeah. That was just crossbreed, right? Of 135 with the traits of, or the physical traits of 136. There we go. That's gonna be a powerful little dude. Yeah, the civilians here have air conditioning. This has got expensive to live here, but no one's stopping you from entering a store to peruse and take a little longer than you must. You can always go ski swimming too. Just, you know, don't go too far or a very old cat. Does all day. Oh yeah, right. I got distracted. Beast. That's Ben. Set up their move list. Molly of the break. Inferno, Grand Light. So that's one of them I'm taught taking off. I want to go gamble, don't get muddy. I just finished refreshing Dip in the Sea. Do you enjoy swimming? Good way to become a monster for lunch. Those are all locked. Locked. Here we have quality assurance testing to make sure all of our products are up to stuff. Highly technical, I assure you. Actually, most of it is just involved hitting things until they break, or throwing them around a lot. Then we write down what we find out. It normally takes several years of testing before we approve new products, or even revisions to existing products. I think we sold because we're the best. Doesn't mean we can slack in quality. I used to work at a small store in the Frost Province before it was bought out by the barge. Manager was a real moron, couldn't find his ass from both his hands. I'm pretty sure he was embezzling funds. Just to say I'm happy I don't work there anymore. The temperature took some getting used to though. I don't think I went up here before. Oh, you got me on my break. Looks like I could try to. It's possible, but there's really only some kind of bottle to put Super Glow into. It's Super Grow, for heaven's sake. Next they tell me to reinvent the wheel and figure out a new formative factor for atomic clocks. These documents are totally sorted at all. I gotta find some blueprints and they're all thrown over here. I might not look like I'm done here, dude, but can they at least get the records sorted? Quest so far. We're gonna this for 40 years, and I gotta tell you without a doubt, the people here don't really know what they're doing. Actually, half the job is pretending that Jesus. Right. Oh. The man I want to see when you bump off amount of trade practically exploded. Do you know how many people spend when they don't have to worry about taxes? I imagine that's quite a lot. But yeah, right it is. We're doing really well for ourselves now. We have you to thank for it. I've done well myself, so I can give you something of great value. Let me think. I got it. I'll give you a monster. It's a Gokra, one of the prosperity hybrids. Hybrids? You've seen them at every barge store, haven't you? Good at any fight? Are they good at a fight? Oh boy, you've never seen a Kagura been sent to command a sickle. They fight like the devil, I tell you. They won't stop until they're called off. They're a self-stacker and loss prevention all in one handy package. My ancestors learned the secret to breed them a long, long time ago. They formed the backbone of our enterprise. And now I'm giving you one. Make a whole bunch of your own. Start up with competition. It's really up to you if you want to do what you want to do with them. Here you go. Enjoy it, man. Wow. Like you toppled an empire. Here's the shiny. Oh, I'm glad I went up there. Oh. Party's starting to worry. It was at the bottom of Raptor. Well, let's see. We have that cave over there, that cave down there. I don't even know if the cave at Gramercy even had a potential. That could have. Oh no, that's where I got Azel. Alright, I'll be right back. I am cooking. It's toasty. Or at least I'm toasty. Shall return. Oh, hi, returned. Yeah, I'm running out of places to check. I'm gonna double check. Hey, Azael? Can't remember. Like, the only place I can think of, out of sheer, it has to be this little place to my left. Where? I have No idea. I'm gonna double check. It's the only cave left. It didn't have one, but it has markers that look like there is a spot down there. I'm gonna double check which is not an alternate entrance. Hi, Francois. How you doing? Been lurking. I've been trying to find the last of the Lunarians. I bred another hybrid. I found a majority of them actually. Here, I'll show you. Let me get down to them. They're like the, yeah. We got our first. The little buddy we made out of them. The two little buddies. I kind of want to make a pile of alternatives to see what they all look like. Because I do want to see what they look like. We have Mammon, Absbel, which we made this little buddy. We have Bergeroth, Asmodeus. We made the fighting type. I have Samuel, Venom of God, the King of Demons, the Great Temperer, Deserter of God, the One of Wealth, Keeper of Secrets. And then we got some we got apparently we picked up a fusion of something. Canite and Bergerus. Oh. Atlas. Fusion of Stagulus. Vito. Atlas has some serious, it packs some serious resistance stats. Here's another one I would probably, we have Yuto. Little cute little creator. Who has ouchie bad stats. And I don't know how to help him. An unidentified life form. I would love to power him up, but he is designed to be domesticated, so his stats are, oh boy. The only thing I could do would probably be like, he'd have to be like 2 generations deep for him not to be. Oof. So we're trying to find the hidden area down here, if it exists. And so I'm gonna have to be poking my head around and poke things. I don't know if I'm looking for something I can break with a kick or rope across. My only complaint is there's a lot of mobs. Oh! Oh! I found it! I found the path! I knew that area looked so weird. Going. I'm not anywhere. Yep. Error codes, which means we're in the right place. They're level 43. Rah. Probably the spot. Yep. Alright. Who is waiting here? It was in the old world, in a time when the cosmos was in its infancy, when mankind scurried. Oh wait, yeah, it's Lucifer. Through forest and field and foraging for food. Voice. How holy beasts were sent down to the surface to wipe the virgin earth clean. Beautiful creatures of unimaginable strength, but failures in the end. Blind, dumb animals. They did not carry out their mission, and so we began to work again. Created more. 8 creatures that would obey their master unquestionably. Then without warning, our home was wrested from its place in the heavens, sent hurling towards an unexpected planet, teeming with life. We were minutes too late. 3 of her children were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the continued survival of mankind. Wait, okay, Zedigal is the mercy of God, the swift death, delivered unto all who would supplant us in mother's eyes. The gale lusts for destruction, and so too shall destroy you, trespasser. Oh, it was actually talking to me that time. Oh, you look cool. Sunshine Obama! Oh, that looks cool. We gotta get him, you know that, right? He has Sunshine Bomber. We have to merge him with somebody. Not merge him, but we have to have an offspring of his. I'm Zedekil. You're strong. Stronger than the weird people beyond the glass. Behind the glass, I like you. I think you have things to destroy. Yes. Tell me where to go. I follow the ends to earth. Big boom. That's all 7. Woo! I don't think in all fairness I can have you guys wait for too long. So what we're gonna do... Now that we have the Lunarians. I don't know if I need to bring them with me, because there's enough space to bring all of them, plus one. Or if I just needed them as packs. We're not gonna... It has Sunshine Bomber. He is tireless. What's his strength? Would I replace if I would? Has to be this one. The guard. See, you have Juvenile, which is moot. So I want to put you here because Tireless is nice. Extra 10 in all abilities and a boss against the future Shenanigans man. One of these things is not like the other. A little critter thing. The Juvenile debuff does not... Like, I'd have to breed, like, multiple Yutos just to get him viable, because I have to raise his stats. But man, would that be a flex. I bet he merges with something and becomes absolutely ridiculous. Alright, let's see here. You know what? I think we skipped the servant, didn't we? Oh no, we didn't. We didn't get Dizzying Beam for some reason. Shame. Oh no, I know what we did. I'm being a jerk. There's like two malicious. Oh wow, you pretty low. That's kind of wild. Colonel. He's been part of so many combinations. Trial. Sociable. Where he did that. Let's... I guess I would like to do Mammon, but I think he's in the same boat. I wouldn't want to do inefficient. And then we get us a fighter. Very stat strength, though. We've got stupid resistance. He would shore up any weakness. Yeah, well, I think his only drawback is he's heavy. Oh yeah, wow, I don't think we can push him any further. Good gracious. Let's go with the alternate color. We just have to wait for it we have to wait a moment for it to hatch. How's everybody doing? Waiting for it to... What we're gonna do is we're gonna go fight Kieran's. What? Oh, what is this? What the fuck am I looking at here? I thought it was a refight. I didn't expect. What is this? Oh, that's terrifying. You know what? We're just gonna throw a pack and see if it actually works. Oh, thank God. Oh no, is there another pile of bosses? Also, hold on. Zarka just seems to have no biological needs. It's glowing foresight. Heart omnivore. Got 5s in magic and resistance. Oh, that means, bet. Okay. Just in case it's a phase 2, I want to have the others prepared. To find a couple of the really nice creatures. Darrens. Extra crit and uses silver bullet. That's hilarious. Silver dash. I had better luck just going straight up. Maybe I'll bump into them this way. Yep, there they are. They'll find it surprising that this guy is faster. Unless the paralyzing gaze makes you go second. If there's a phase 2, I want to be powerful enough to actually fight it. I should be doing this on the higher floors, but I'm gonna get them closer first. These are all the Frostbite transformations. What are those two fuse? One of them has arms and one of them doesn't. Place to be seems to be transformed creatures. Oh, that'd be the quickest way to level them. They actually have them do the killing blow. I think paralyzing games makes you go second. Yeah, since they're in their 50s, I think we'll be safe to actually pursue the fight. I'm gonna fix his moves when I get to the top, or get back to the room. It didn't take long for them to get caught up, though, thankfully. Alright, we're close enough. Oh yeah, I can make one of the creatures, couldn't I? I have a raptor. I think I have a raptor on the there. Nope. Not for things that make me worry. Not have one? We don't have a purebred one, do we? I don't think chat's blocking that. So, let's go grab one real quick. It's falling like crazy down here, so... There we go. No violence. Hybrid of the Great Red must be brute type. He has the quality of brother. I can come up with cover. Must be a purebred cover book. No weapons will suffice. This will create a model bone for you. Yeah, that's brute type. Okay. Purebred cover bone? hybrid. Right. Okay. It has to be a hybrid type. Very well, our hands shall weave new purpose in the flesh. Aesthetic says a bioweapon model 19-8 is yours in command. Do not take any more companions with you. I'll be teleported to your home. $41.30 and it starts off at level 60? Good gracious. Rock Crawlider. Go to the enemy's debuffs. Speed debuffs. Ooh. Let's do this. Let's send a little note to this little guy. Oh. Need to show. D. SP. It's just not listed. Oh, there you are. 66. Alright, guys. Here we go. Because I don't think we're going to be able to do a full stream with just this stuff ahead of us. What happened to your brother? Be kind. expand a path. Brother, it's climb and he came with Aaron's breath and law creation. You plan to do to these monsters. Their creative actions to wipe out the world. Yeah, waiting for him to say something different. You see these monsters all yep. I'm feeling he's gonna change. He might change different. I'm just flash reading to make sure that he's not saying anything new, that he's saying anything new. This kingdom shall have its ways paid by the 7 Lunarians that sleep beneath the earth. You have brought them here, have you not? I feel them. They're bound to you. You saved me a lot of work. Thank you. What the hell? What is this? I'm using your soul as a beacon to call them here. They will not refuse their master's call. Listen, I think that's what he said, because it's the best I could assume. Devada here. Lucifer, the bringer of light, show yourself and join your brothers here. Oh. Oh. All the pieces are in place now. The Bavarian would never have thought that their little soldiers could have do such a thing. Such is their folly. They have minds only for conquest, for murder, for war. Narrow minds prove that they were the true inheritors of Mother's will. They demanded subservience from all other life, but a grand arrogance. Their whole civilization was torn from its precipice, or precarious orbit by the old kings and one swift motion. They survive like roaches in the place men dare not look. Where the hell's Mother? One of the creators who shaped the universe in its infancy. He took her last son into her arms and allowed herself to be pierced by that spear. Spear in her body, you stand on the corpse of a god. The coalescence of father, mother, and her last son. She used her own body as a nexus point for this new world. But I am the true inheritor of the Mother's legacy. Of all of their legacies. In fact, I should use Mother's true name. Joy. Her name was Joy. Now that you've got all 8 of them here, what do you plan to do? For the chance of this world to be born, there was a great debt incurred. This debt exists. Held at bay, but no longer. To reach what lies beyond, I will eliminate it. The debt is a creature. It is the summation of all human sin, the dark child. Lucifer is a diametric opposite of that being. If I bring them together, they will cancel each other out, thus opening the way. But it's not enough for them to be present near each other. I must absorb their strength into my own. The result, the resolute reaction will grant me the passage into heaven. Just like absorbing the 4 heavenly kings, huh? Something tells me it won't be that easy. I have planned for this day for nearly 1,000 years. Nothing can go wrong at this juncture. If I alone bear the weight of man's sin and reduce that debt to 0, the way will be open to me and me alone. I won't know what will happen to my physical body, but I'm saving the world. Now watch! I speak in code! Wait, something's wrong. What is this pressure? Stay back, do not provoke. Wrong. What is it? Dark child, it's hiding something. Hiding its true form. Strength is far more than I have. Right, too. Impossible pressure bearing down on the deep part of me. It's unbearable. But I have to do something. Go, without hesitation, rewrite history today. It shall read something new. Until then, do not lose your fear. Use it. Feel the fire of your spirit. Fight harder than possible, for longer than possible. Win. See beyond your limits, Ashur. We have been guiding you to this moment ever since we were part of you. Your die is cast, but this is not your end. Bring to bear all your love, all your anger, all your sorrow. The power we have blessed you with will see you through. Beings resurfaced. The responses to the Dark Child's presence, but now, break free of these bonds. Right, this isn't right. You shake it to respond to anything I say. Only one thing to do. I must kill it. Put an end to all this. Not attacking. Better be ready for this. Can't. My notebook can wait. Something. Staunch, immune, vocal. Am I supposed to do? I've been failing as you're supposed to do something because when I saw those stats, it's like there's no way I cast gun. Oh, yep, phase 2. Oh, Air Striker. Black Magic. Oh! Oh! His gravity. Can I look into his can I look into it? No. No! Not another creature with Genbu! Get the f out! I don't know. He's just gonna use Genbu, and I'm gonna hate this fight. It's Mew. Please tell me he has no strategy and he just randomly chooses moves. Heavenly Buster! Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, I'll have to do a native switch. I don't have Cold Fury anymore, which kind of stinks. Dang it. I made the defend, so that means he's gonna get another Cold Fury off. I am hoping for him to miss, but man, he's very accurate. Can you not? I wish we had a Cold Fury or something else. Yeah, this is Infernal. This will lower their magic attack. Well, try to at least. basically reduce Cold Fury's overall output. Halfway down. So wait, does Plasma Berry just outright block the moves? Oh, come on. It's 100% synergy and has done nothing special. Flick that game. All we can do is just shred its stats and then swap out when we get a chance. Such a silly fight. And you have Rock Collider. We have no way of slowing them down any further. Yeah, we have no way of slowing them down. We lost the only Cold Fury we had. starting to add up. Speed. No. Wait, what? Simulacrum. I'll put a health potion on Simulacrum. I have no idea how that functions. Oh, dang it. Did you not? I was hoping it would miss. Oh, we get the experience for some reason I'm done. No. Killed the physical body, but it's not enough. No other choice. Won't do it. Power of the Heavenly Kings. Dante was right. I recognize my right, and I'll take it from into myself. What is this place? Heaven. This must be it. Empty. Nothing here. Not so. We're just unable to perceive this place. It appears to you as nothing but white. There are things that mortal eyes cannot see. The word heaven is apt enough to describe this place. Just as I was unable to grasp his own humanity, unable to grasp the true nature of this place. You can see us. That is the first step. Right now, you're dead. But that does not mean it is over for you. Right now, you have been being saved by your own worst enemy. What? We will help you to see. These has no effect on the Dark Child then. Oh, she was me. It was me all along. The one who inherited Mother's will to serve God of the universe, to create and destroy, to love and to hate. Contradiction that forms the genesis of this world and the last. I'll never believe it could be me. Not with all my flaws. No. stupidity. The backup plan. Yes, it's right. Mortal vessel of Azure still contains my other parts. For the power of their 4 heavenly kings. They summoned the righteous judge when the sky burned. Love for thy enemy, and the hatred for thy ally. It would make sense to add what's left to be to what he has. Without me, the Dark Child will continue to exist. I not take it on in this incomplete form. Best for man to save himself. I shall die as a man. I shall be the sacrifice. For all the pain I've caused, I will give my life to my mortal enemy, who is fated to kill me. The sin shall be dispelled. Now! This feeling. Hatred. Love. I has become whole again with your vessel. And in doing so, the sin you have shouldered has been eliminated. Thank you. Thank you. Then what do I do? Who am I? Or who are you? Sorry. We keep the balance of this world. 2 sides of the same coin. We gave up our mortal forms long ago. We exist now as a mere abstract entities. Then you're gods? The true gods of this world? Yes. Yes. Have you noticed it yet? We do not have portraits. Our stories have been told already. Only those who are relevant to this story get portraits after all. We're but representatives in a viewport. Abstract and abstracted. But you look like people to me. A young man and a young woman, both no older than I am. Like you, were once tamers, burdened with something terrible. Were those stories real, or were they intended just for... You were the Red King and Blue Queen. Say, then, must be imaginary. Your names come from a book. The perception of us is that which is most relevant to you. Relatable to you. Tamers on the cusp of adulthood. In our stories, we started as such. We did not end as such. A beast, a queen, a king, standing at the edge of the world. On the day the sky burned. Then, you must be the king and the queen of that story, no? The beast isn't accounted for between you two. Between you. There is more to a form than a name. King is merely a title. Just the same for me. My story has many tellings. Some, I was a great hero, and others, I was a violent beast. By contrast, my story was only told once. My die was cast the moment I set foot on fate's spiral. Then I am speaking to the beast, or the hero. The beast. And the king is somewhere else? He who has gone further than anyone else is in the pursuit of truth. He will seek you. Or you, him. I understand. I have been given my life back. And what happens now? You will return to your world soon. Out of this fiction, this place that you called heaven. I'm grateful. Then the madness really is over? I only have one question for you then. Anything. What happened to my brother Deus? What happened to his soul? He went onwards, rest. It is better for the dead to be dead, and for the living to be alive. It would not do to dwell on his short time. It would be better for you to continue his legacy. Thank you. Ready to go now. You will return to the world cleansed. A Sin Eater has come to absolve him of their sin. Finally over. Feel like there's nothing holding me back any longer. I guess there's No reason left for you to be here, is there? There... there more to learn about your kind? I really would like to know it. I understand. And when the time comes, I shall call on you again. Farewell, Lucifer. Then, this is Mother Joy. The ultimate expression of love. The place is too precious to be destroyed. Of all the days I spent dreaming of the day I could stand over its ruins. Maybe its defiance of reason was the point. Wasn't it, Dave? Uh, well, I'm happy with that ending, that's for certain. That's, Monster Crown Sin Eater. Apparently a sequel to Monster Crown. It was kickstarted and all of that fun jazz. I like the system, but Genbu can just be deleted. I don't like it as I know it's supposed to be an answer for something tearing you up and stopping you from doing moves, but all it is an answer for bad guys to just go, I'm just gonna hit you with my strongest magic spell. I got lucky. That has an 80% chance to hit, and it hit me kind of decently often. Us getting past that guy was really nice, but man, I disliked him to the absolute maximum potential. Oh. I liked the deity. I like the Lunarians. It was a really cool set of creatures. Weird looking, but cool. I thought I just I thought I didn't. I dismissed it. I didn't tell it to not do it. Oh. I love the idea of the creatures, don't get me wrong. They are amazing. I find the rubber ducky kind of hilarious. It's like, I'm here. Destroy. The creatures were very interesting, to say the least. I don't even know where to begin with some. Some of them look amazing. The burden has been shouldered. Oh, that's it? Now, if there's a I will. Oh my god, uh, it's a good. It was a good get. It was a good run. Oh, my that creature was wild to say the least. Uh, I honestly don't. I, my biggest complaint was literally just the the weird this Genbu. I just don't think Genbu like it may have had a much more. I guess one of the is one of the only abilities of the whole batch that just bothered me. I like all the little extra creatures, the creatures that are um how to describe it, the buyable creatures, quote unquote. Those things were very entertaining. Ugh, excuse me. Yudo's very interesting creature. I would have loved to get the Yudo strong enough to actually hold ground, but I might have been asking a lot. Uh, but yeah, I had fun. Can't really complain. I wish there was more like info about the cool super fusions that we bumped into. So I had, 'cause, honestly, that was kind of what I was missing. I just wanted it would be nice to have those options, figure out those things out. Um, because I have a feeling there's not a metric ton of more super fusions uh waiting to be picked up. Um, yeah, I think I'm just I don't know. I don't know what the game I'm gonna play next. But I had fun with this one. They apparently I did look at I looked at the forums of Smidge, and there is something coming around the corner. I say it coming around the corner. It's coming at some point. Um, Steve, U Game Plus. Okay. So we have Permadeath, Iron Man, also Permadeath, and able to, and taking the New Game Plus blocked over first, being his powers. Also, visually access to every perk and every power he obtains the first start. Perk also began at level 20. The access powers are restricted until you complete the main objective, the Light of Day. Back to that point, you're free to tackle the remaining objectives of the game and you fit, including which of the four Heavenly Kings you wish to fight. As with any inference with time, you may notice that some things appear differently now. Ooh. Oh, every single instance species is swapped around. For example, all instances of Jungro might be swapped with Discreal. This mode exempts certain unique monsters that are required for quest or story progression. Permadeath. Any monster that is defeated in combat is gone. No way to recover them. Dang. You could play through a very interesting game. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass the torch. It's beyond my time. Please give. Oh my god, what can I rate it to? I would rate it too. Bag of Kittens. Just give a Bag of Kittens a nice warm welcome as they do arts. And I'll see all you wonderful creatures tomorrow for something brand new. See you guys then. Later.